Welcome to the City of McLendon-Chisholm City Council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. We're going to have a invocation and pledge of allegiance. Councilmember Tuttle, would you please lead?
Yes. We bow our heads. Heavenly Father, as we begin this meeting tonight, please grant us patience, compassion, and understanding amongst ourselves. Allow us to carry out always your will. Please watch over those who, as responders, who protect us every day. In Christ's name, amen.
Okay, I'm going to start with mentioning that Mayor Short is running late, so he'll be here shortly. We're going to go ahead and go with the citizen rules of decorum is in effect. We're going to go into citizen comments. The first person to come up, please state your name and your address, and also press the little button on the microphone. And the first one is up is Ms. Lois Bushnell.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lois Bushnell, and I live at 1701 Puglia Court. I'm here tonight to ask if we can put a stop sign at the corner of Puglia Court and Salvatore Lane. My home is located on the corner of Puglia and Salvatore. When they built our home, they put the fence on our property line, and when you stop at the stop sign on Puglia, you can't see past the stop sign. Because of the speed that the residents drive down Salvatore, some of us have almost been hit off Puglia. The speed that residents drive down Salvatore is atrocious. I know because I see it every day. I've contacted the sheriff's office many times about the speeders. I was told that there is no speed limit sign coming into Sonoma Verde off of Edwards Road, and that is why they speed down Salvatore Lane. Also, I think it would be good for there to be a radar speed sign put up on Salvatore just to show people how fast they are actually going. This is a neighborhood, not Highway 205. Driving in the neighborhood, I see stop signs placed in places where the site is visible from all directions. One of those places that I see is Barolo and Via Toscana Lane. For the safety of our neighbors coming off Puglia, it would be beneficial for us to have a three-way stop sign placed at the corner of Puglia and Salvatore Lane. I hope that you take my request seriously and take action upon this matter. Thank you for listening. And I do have pictures. Who do I give them to?
You would give that to our temporary secretary at the moment. Thank you. Ms. Bev Stibbins.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. My name is Bev Stibbins, and I live at 279 Partridge Drive in McLendon-Chisholm. I am here to ask that item 5.2 be removed from the consent agenda. This is a very important item. Please reconsider approving this ordinance for this subdivision. The two mayoral candidates in the upcoming election, who are both current council members, have stated in their election platform to uphold the comprehensive plan. This subdivision clearly violates the comprehensive plan and the wishes of the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. Now is the time to rethink the approval of this development. Do what your citizens want and do not allow smaller than 1 acre lots in the Heritage Center area of our town. And to the two mayoral candidates, this is where the rubber hits the road. Thank you.
Jamie Kenny. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Jamie. Sorry about that. I live at 1406 Carrera Drive. I want to speak to the water issue that is on the agenda for tonight's meeting. It needs to stop. This battle needs to stop. Try this again. Okay. It needs to stop. It's a battle. It's a fight. It's a fight that needs to end. You're wasting our money as citizens of McLendon-Chisholm because we're having to pay for both sides of this fight, both as a citizen and as a member of RCH. What you have on the agenda is to do a hostile takeover instead of trying to do something more feasible and more friendly as an sale, merger, and transfer. So you're using the wrong tactics to go after RCH. I understand as a city you want to manage water and to be able to manage the utilities for the city, but now is not the time. It is not in our best interest. This does not like me tonight, sorry. It's not in our best interest to spend all this money when RCH is trying to right themselves and is headed in the right direction to get us water. It would be years before the city could do this. It would spend millions of dollars to put this in place at our expense, and for what cost, for what reason? So you can have control. Is control really needed right now? Sorry, I'm looking at someone else's notes as well, trying to read from them. Some of this is mine as well. There have been no valid negotiation attempts with RCH. You've gone right to hostile takeover, which is not correct, which is not the right way to do business. Nor have you ever presented a feasible plan in which to take over the city's water, RCH's water. It is half-baked at best. There is no cost involved. You don't know what's going on. You don't know how to take it over. You don't have the right people in order to do this. You don't have the right knowledge at this point. More is needed. If this is something the city wishes to do, it needs to take a step back, and it needs to put a good plan in place, reach out to the right people who know what it takes to take over a water system and put it in place. If that's truly what you want to do, at this point, stop wasting our money. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Crawford? Conrad. The microphone. Are you sure? Okay.
Sure.
Good evening. Anthony Crawford, 104 Lavender Place in McLendon-Chisholm. I just want to reiterate what I said 2 weeks ago about my opposition to this development around City Hall, and I think it needs to be taken out of the consent agenda and re-looked at least reworked to where it's more in line with a comprehensive plan. I think that we're putting the cart before the horse, if not, because we don't have a concept plan from the architects yet on what the Heritage Center is going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Mr. David Black.
I'm David Black at 1419 Sienna Lane, McLendon-Chisholm. Yeah, the same thing with the heritage development. I don't think it should be on the consent agenda. It's the ordinance that converts the existing Triple Creek to a new version, the Legacy Park Estates. Please reconsider approval of this ordinance. The City Comprehensive Plan of September 21 identifies the land use of this area to be Heritage Center. Neither has zoning to satisfy the mixed-use portion of that land use. Yet Triple Creek does satisfy the maximum number of residences per development. Legacy Park does not. It violates the residential limit by about 3 times. It's really just a regular housing development with a few extra athletic fields like Sonoma Verde. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously denied this zoning update. The P&Z Commission provided a report to council identifying the deficiencies of the update request. The big one on 6.2 is the water. I believe this item is to generate notice of intent to the PUC regarding McLendon-Chisholm to provide water service to what is now covered by RCH and High Point within the city limits, and further transfer to the city the facilities and properties of RCH in the described service area, a hostile takeover. In this notice of intent, like the early submission to the PUC involving only RCH, is this going to have the same deficiencies? I'm referring to order number 8, finding McLendon-Chisholm notice of intent deficient and motion to dismiss, following receipt control number 55623, item number 35. In this case, the administrative law judge gave several reasons to find MC's notice of intent to be deficient. Perhaps the worst part was the following statement from the judge. It's kind of long. The purpose of providing the notice of intent as required by TWC chapter is to allow the parties to engage in an educated and meaningful negotiation to enter into an agreement regarding service, potentially eliminating the need for the type application that is now at issue in this case altogether. By failing to provide all of the required information in the notice of intent, including the applicable municipal ordinances and identification in the notice of intent, it seems likely that McLendon-Chisholm inhibited the ability of RCH Water to meaningfully engage in the negotiations contemplated by Texas law. RCH Water is not the RCH of a couple of years ago. The board is new and the operations are new. Indeed, general manager of RCH operations is Robin Mile. Last year, he was presented an award from the city. Mayor Pro Tem Balcom presented a proclamation that June 13th was Robin Mayhall Appreciation Day. So RCH has the best guy in charge of operations. Recently, North Texas Municipal Water District permitted RCH direct water purchase and identified the take point. By contrast, the NTMWD denied city direct access last September. Let's stop the spending resources on this now. It is costing those in the city limits the most with this hostile takeover attempt by the city and those of us in the RCH district defending itself. Finally, the 6.4 through 6.7 put on the agenda by Tucker. It's very important to take action on these issues in the affirmative.
Okay.
Items 6.4 and 6.5 provide representation of the will of the full city council, which should be provided for such a serious issue as water. Items 6.6 and 6.7 assist in transparency of government.
Mr. Black,
the
I'm so
items
sorry.
also
Mr.
assist
Black.
in better decision-making of water and developer issues.
I thank you so much.
respectively.
Appreciate
Thank you very
you.
much.
Okay, next, Mr. Rich Dean. Okay, thank you. Next up is Cheryl Evans.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Cheryl Evans. I live with my husband and son at 23 Fireside Drive in Chisholm Crossing since 2022. So here we are again. The citizens of this community made their voices heard this past summer in direct opposition to the proposed high-density community, Legacy West. I see the same faces I saw then, and I still hear very loudly the opposition to the plan community whose tenants fly in the face of the comprehensive plan. I'm going to paraphrase instead of read a passage from the comprehensive plan that has to do with housing, the lot size, and the maximum density. The form was provided with a housing survey in the digital community forum. Each question included a comment box for each respondent to describe why they chose a specific answer. Many respondents liked the rural feel or larger lots and the natural preserved open land. Many respondents expressed a strong desire to preserve a country feel and sought to reduce traffic, maintain high property values, and keep crime low. That's important to all of us. Most respondents preferred to see no increase in housing density, while some were open to the idea if administered properly. That's the key word there, administered properly. I think as the plan stands now, it's not being administered properly. That is not the intention of the comprehensive plan as I read it today. So can you honestly sit here today, given that most respondents preferred to see no increase in housing density, and say that allowing this high-density project to go forward has been administered properly? I don't think so. So what you're proposing isn't what I would call a compromise. It sounds like a very extreme end of the compromise scale. So 1.5 acre per house to, what is it now? It's less than half an acre per house. 10 feet between each of the houses. That's very extreme. There should be a compromise, so I would encourage you to vote no on this tonight and get it back on the table to renegotiate. So I just want to add too that collectively I don't think anybody is against growth. I want others to experience this magnificent community as I have experienced it, but it must be done responsibly and administered properly. I know several of you are running for mayor of McLendon-Chisholm. I will make a promise tonight. Whichever of you does the right thing and votes no on this will get my vote and any support that you need for your campaign within reason. Remember, actions have consequences, so please consider the implications for this community before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Dean? State your name and address, please.
Name's Rich Dean, and 708 Kensington Drive. So it really is talking about the agenda item again, and with the way the agenda item is worded, McLendon-Chisholm has signaled the city's intent to move directly to 13.255 hostile takeover instead of the sale, merger, transfer under 13.301, which is what happens when you give notice of your intent to serve in city limits and offer an agreement for negotiation. So remember, the 13.301 application is short and requires little information because the parties are in agreement. Since MC seems to have such trouble with applications, isn't this a better option than the 20-page 13.255 that requires all the detail? Remember, the PUC does not want to be in the middle of this unless and until proper notice has been given and there's been an attempt to negotiate an agreement. Your initial 13.255 application failed because because you never served notice correctly, and that defect could not be corrected. But you also never actually negotiated an agreement and jumped right to a hostile negotiation. The negotiation request. RCH asked for and was denied by a vote of the City Council, who were following your lead in waiting a bit. A confidentiality agreement prior to releasing information. By denying that confidentiality agreement, you effectively signaled your utter lack of intent to negotiate the agreement. David Naylor had committed the cardinal sin of daring to ask utter lack of intent to negotiate the agreement. Naylor, a friend of mine, I will admit, had committed the cardinal sin of daring to ask. Sorry. Committed the cardinal sin of excuse me. Why would he do such a thing? Because he had been entrusted with fiduciary responsibility to all RCH customers, including me. And would it make more sense to sell or merge to an existing water utility with the knowledge and resources, or hand the keys to a city with a budget half the size of RCH's annual revenue? He made the right choice, I think. In retaliation, you used your influence to kill the agreements with Infomark, who had been willing to enter into an interim operations contract with RCH, thus forcing RCH to go out to bid, and the only reasonable bidder being Aqua, and look where that landed us. Then in the height of the summer drought, you killed any cooperation by Blackland and an emergency inertia that could have brought some relief from all the property damage this summer. All this to gain power for the city instead of cooperating to get water to the customers. You have spent tens of thousands of dollars pursuing the takeover of a water company. I would like to know if that's accurate. I'm guessing tens of thousands. I'm going to guess more than that. Would be nice to know. As we all know, this problem was over a decade in the making. The city had years of opportunity to work with RCH to take it over. Instead of being proactive, it waited until an emergency occurred. Then when RCH turned itself around and reestablished its management and operations, you couldn't leave them alone. Continued to pursue them, not to speed a solution to the water problem, but to gain power for the city. The PUC also agreed that the city had never properly notified its citizens of its intent to file a 13.255 application. Perhaps you are attempting to remedy both the defective notice issue and the notice to the citizens in the council agenda item 6.2. I fervently hope the sitting city council realizes the terrible optics and terrible waste of taxpayer money represented by this path forward and rejects the proposal to refile the single certification application. It's time to turn your attention to other matters and stop the steal of RCH. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Easter, or Aaron Easter.
I'm afraid to stand too close to it, so I'll just talk loud. I'm talking about agenda. Aaron Easter, 403 Wagon Court. I'm talking on 6.2, the water issue. I'm asking the council to please approve to refile the existing application ASAP. Looking at the ALJ notice, it was not dismissed for any substantive reason. It was merely a procedural issue. There's no reason to not pursue that. I think a lot of people complain about this being hostile. I don't know why business people would think of it like that. All negotiations have to start out somewhere, and the filing that was filed is a proverbial hammer. If you do not have a hammer over people, unreasonable people will not deal with you. I'm sure that the council is following the direction from the attorney, and whatever the attorney's suggestion is on how we handle this is what we should be doing. That's what we pay them for. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of how these processes work. I work for a utility that is regulated by the state. I've been involved with these PUC filings. They go on for years. And if you can amicably work through an agreement, great. That happens all the time. It happened with Heath. Amicable. A mediated agreement can happen, and it has happened with Heath, Rockwall, and Fate. We're the last city. that means we're late. That means this should have been done a long time ago. Please do not remove the hammer over the head. This can always be negotiated into a transfer, but you need to have the hammer over their head at all times in order to keep people coming to the table. And I think that I can see from agenda items 6.4 and 6.6 that there appears to be some discontent with maybe the current process, but I don't think revoking approvals to move forward with the process are appropriate. I think there's certainly room for reasonable people to come together and come up with ways to make the process work better. I need this. What can you do for me to make me feel more comfortable as your co-city council member? Things like that are probably a better way to go rather than just outright revoking permission to continue with this process. RCH has not changed. This whole thing started with boil notices and missing audits. We still have no audits. We still have no tax filings. And if we don't continue this process, the more animated folks and the more motivated folks in the community will escalate this. And it will cause a lot of attention to the city, and it could affect our property values. And I don't want that, but I also don't want unsafe water. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Easter. Is there any other? Okay, so I'm closing citizen comments at 6:57. And we're moving on to the consent agenda. Council, I am asking for the item 5.2 to be removed out of the consent agenda. If you can make a motion, that would be wonderful. Other than that, anybody have any issues with the approval of the minutes of February 27, 2024 City Council meeting?
I'll make a motion to remove item 5.2 from the consent agenda and approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Motion passed. You got that, Conrad? Okay, so on item 5.2, did Asa write any notes for you?
Okay, 5.2, it's exactly as in your packet. However, there was a, and the ordinance is corrected in front of you. You have a staff report as well as the ordinance in front of you. In the agenda, or in the agenda title language, it says 328 single-family lots at all. There were 2 estate lots that were not included in that, and the updated ordinance that's in front of you includes that. That's the only difference.
Okay, so there's a couple things with this, is that we're trying to make sure that the items are on the agenda prior to the meeting, and so I don't know how the council feels, but I would like to be able to put this back to get this corrected and uploaded correctly. In addition to that, there's other items that have not been included in here that's related to water. And hang on, make sure I got this right, maybe because he did them too. Yeah, so I would like to ask the council for consideration to send back to staff to update the information correctly, and then we can be able to review it at the next city council meeting.
What are the nature of the corrections that you're seeking?
Number one is the issue on the actual agenda itself. It says 328 single family lots, and then on the actual printed copy that we have in front of us, it's noted as 330 single family lots. That's just one of the items here. This copy right here, I don't think you have it. Yes, it does not match the item on the agenda that's electronic online.
Mr. Hall, do you think that makes it sufficient?
There's no confusion. What it was there are two estate lots that weren't included, and that's the difference between the 328 and 330. So there's no confusion on staff-wise. It was just not put on as Mayor Pro Tem said.
Okay, if it was just an improper agenda posting and this.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Is council okay to agree for staff getting direction?
Are there additional corrections that are warranted here? This is, I'm noting his comment here. Or is it solitary?
We have infrastructure-related information for a water tower. Some items like that needs to be included in here, and we've talked about it, but I don't think, not here at council, whenever it was presented, this city planner needs to present that, but I would like to suggest that that would also be included in here, and that's not in here right now.
The water tower issue is something that this is the first time that it's arisen to my knowledge.
Yes,
I haven't seen anything to this. I'd like a little bit more edification on that. And then beyond that, the original parks acreage was 40 acres, and now that's been reduced to 33 acres. And so I would like to have a little bit of information regarding why that has so substantially been reduced. So, yeah, I'd be much more willing to push this back for another session.
Thank you, and I just would like to have the city planner to come at the next meeting to discuss that. And anybody else in agreement with that?
I'm in agreement with it.
Can I mention, and the developer is here if you would want to talk to him, but I believe the park was always 33 acres. That's as far, way back. So I don't know if that's a change. It could be, but that's what I always remember. And the water tower is part of the staff recommendations that's included in your packet. So, and we can come back as staff. There's no problem. We can come back as staff and discuss this at the next city council meeting. But just a quick response to those two questions.
I think it's a moot point to talk to the developer. I mean, I'm glad they're here, but if the verbiage isn't correct, it's just, we're going to just talk to talk. And at this point, if the staff needs to get those corrections that Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of council is agreeing that gets fixed, it just seems like that's just the easiest way to do it, get it fixed, do it right. Then we can hear the things, and then that way we make the right decisions for the people, and right now we wouldn't be able to do that.
I 100% agree with Councilmember McNeil.
Okay, that's direction for staff. It'll be at the next council meeting scheduled, and hopefully we'll have the city planner present. Thank you. I am going to jump to 6.8, discussion and action on road repairs, staff presentation of costs for city council to consider a priority list, funding options, and/or budget amendments. Are you prepared to do the presentation? Conrad.
Yes, yes, Mayor Pro Tem. This is for you. Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Wanted to give you a brief overview. You have a packet of this in front of you, kind of a thick, probably half-inch packet, to discuss road maintenance in the city. And we've been recently, because of the storms and because of the age of the roads, some roads, we've had some issues with potholes appearing after storms and other things. And we received a substantial amount of comment from the residents. And I'm sure if we get it, you're getting that same type of comment. As the first part of this thing is a listing of the streets in the city. And as you can tell, a high majority of the streets in the city are private streets. If you can go through that list, we don't have a lot of miles of streets in the city. And in your packet, I just noticed, you know, that those are streets. You're looking at them and say, there's more streets than that. It was double-sided, and you didn't get the double-sided copy. I apologize. I will get you a new listing of all the streets, but that was just to discuss the matter of overall. A majority of our streets are private. We have some arterial streets, which are the most used, which is FM 550, State Highway 205, 1139, and 548 are probably our 4 arterial streets in the city. The rest are collector streets or residential streets. We, as you noticed after the listing of your streets in here, you'll see that there's a quick copy of the Nextel analysis. All of you have received this electronically, and if you misplaced it, I can send you all the stuff again. This is just one sheet out of that. But the council found it prudent to have this analysis to evaluate all the streets in the city to see their condition. And so we had a company come out, and they had a little camera like the Google car to read it, and the pictures that took went right into a computer program, and they kicked out the quality of the streets and all the different things wrong with the streets. The one thing that it didn't do was say the cost of repair. So we have, and they have, through this analysis, they have identified where all the streets fit based on their condition. And so we could go and residents call and say, oh, when are you going to fix my street? You haven't fixed my street. And we can say, well, you're number 12 on the list, and we're coming. But we're going to do 1 through 11. And I'll talk about that later in somewhat of an inherent issue with that. And that's just in money, available money, because some things above, they may be 12, but there's no money for 1 through 7. So we may jump over some of them so we can get the money. At least we need to have the council decide on that. You'll notice, and I'll get off that, but there is a process. So staff has a process. We've evaluated all the roads. We know where they fit. And since that was done 11 months or so ago, I'm sure the condition is worse in some of the city streets. And a lot of, one road in particular that you can see on the top, one of the top 5 there, is Edwards Road. And we've gotten a lot of calls about Edwards Road, that third world country road. And I agree that there's problems. Some of the major players in the overall streets and roads development are obviously the city, for city streets, and you have the list of the streets. You see some that we share with the county, meaning the city goes to the middle of the street, and the city owns one side of the street and the county owns the other side of the street. That's been a subject of discussion with the county for many years on how to rectify that. And some things have happened and the county's come out, but there's never been an official agreement approved by the council, nor I believe the county in how we're going to solve that. There have been meetings and discussions and plans, but there's never been any official, as far as I understand, no official development on what exactly we're going to do to solve that issue. The county is willing right now, and they've done a lot of the things that have been discussed to give up all their county roads to the middle of the street and give us the whole road, deed it over tomorrow. But there, in my opinion, there needs to be additional discussion with that because they are a player. Third would be some of our, with all the growth that we have in our city, the developers, the people that are developing the different lots. I put this next one, and this is the sheet that I'm on, and if you're following through the little handout, a highlighted part that says, according to the U.S. General Accounting Office, the GAO, a single 18-wheeler inflicts road damage equivalent to that caused by 9,600 cars. Are the problems on Edwards at all some of the other roads? I don't want to just say Edwards, but we get a lot of comments on Edwards, but others as well. Are they passenger cars? A tiny little bit, 9,600 cars worth versus one 18-wheeler. And further after that, it says the GAO also states that at least 22% of all loaded tractor trailers exceed the stated weight limits, and the percentage is even higher for other types of large trucks. So not only are these large trucks needed in growth, and we need to get them there, but they're having an effect on some of our roads, and a lot of times they weigh more, and sans a public safety ability to give them fines. I know the county has, as far as I understand, one person in the sheriff's office that does these weights and measures, and that's great, but that's not something that we're going to get here on a regular basis, as every day we have people coming through there. So that's another one of the problems. So we have the city, the developers, and the county on some of the roads, as you see how they're mixed with that. I wanted to show you, and if you look at the next, you see pictures of some of the roads. The pictures aren't the greatest. They look better on a screen, and I can send you all this electronically as well and post it on the website. But you can see the conditions of the roads that are happening throughout the community, some identified that we have, and some of the things that we're doing. We've identified, we counted the county, and basically what the city has done, the city council has given us $300,000 to do street and road maintenance repair for the FY24. We've tried to use that, unfortunately, by some people as prudently as possible, wanting to kick out some big projects to get that done. But we also, through the winter time, we go out and we do patching of potholes throughout the entire city, and we're proactive at that, meaning that we don't wait for a phone call to go out and do patch potholes. As we identify them, we try to go and repair them. Some of those are too extreme and too big for the ability of the city with our current personnel and equipment. But we do the best we can. We use a patch, not the traditional cold patch, as conversely with a hot patch, which is done in the summer times. But it's a rock asphalt patch that we've found to work, that's cheaper in cost, and it fits and to apply, and to correct it, and it stays longer than the cold patches. And we even got our council representative out there one day, and I don't know if he got a green or orange jersey to put on, but he was out filling potholes as well throughout the city. So we appreciate his help on that, Councilmember Tucker. So thank you for that. But he's doing that. So we're also working, trying to get these solved. I don't want you to think that we're sitting around waiting to do that. You'll see the next Sonoma Verde. We also are working with Sonoma Verde developers. Some of the things that we do, not only the streets, but you noticed on the first picture of Sonoma Verde, you'll see the sidewalk that connects the bridge. I believe it's on Via Toscana, but on the backside of the development, that the city was instrumental in working with the developer to get that. I think they always planned on doing it, but we sort of are pushing them to get some of that. And then you'll see a drive approach that was done, and you'll see some of the things that the city has done. And you probably, that big square at the front part of Via Toscana was recently fixed. But you can't not see a lot of these others. We also work with TxDOT, as you see from the next picture on 205. I mean, some of those potholes, there's, I believe, 4 major ones in the city, 2 on the 205, 1 on Edwards, and 1 on Klutz as you enter 205, that if you hit that, you may disappear depending on the size of your car. And we were actively trying to get TxDOT out there and to repair those. Then you see Pullen Roads. We went out and proactively took pictures of Pullen Road prior to some development out there, and you'll see the pictures as of March of 2022, and then later on you'll see pictures of what it looks like now after some development as of January of this year, end of January. So we're trying to do and identify and patch and do that, but you also see that some of the repairs that we've done throughout the city and continue to do. Every week we're doing more. Then our number one this year was Klutz Road. Klutz Road is, we're a viable municipality, and we have a road that's a dirt road. So we identified that, but then, and we already, prior to and Mexico helped us identify that as well, but we knew that it was a dirt road. We've had Klutz Road on a blading schedule, where every 10 months we go and blade down that road or grade the road so it's not as bumpy based on weather and stuff. And but we really wanted to fix that section of the road that was dirt. And but then when there was a development that potentially had come in and still is working their way in, that has the ingress and egress for that road. We'd like to team up with the developer as they go along, so we can get a little assistance in getting that to meet their goals and meet our goals, sort of a win-win with that. So we moved over, and you see the next one is Smith Road. Smith Road between FM 550 and Connie is both sides the city road. This picture actually makes it look better than it really is. But some of these pictures, but then you turn a couple pages over and you start seeing Connie Lane, which it's half and half with city and county. But you see a variety of how that road is really deteriorating and some of the things that are needed. Finally, we've been actively, as we get to go out to bid, we have engineers do an engineering estimate of what it may cost so we can put it out to bid and we can get some of these projects done. To our surprise, Mayor Pro Tem knows a lot on this, on the cost, because I've heard her quoted a few times and stated it's basically $1 million a mile to fix a road, especially roads that have to go down to the sub-base. So that's what we're looking at with our $300,000 budget. We do have unrestricted fund balance, but as staff, and you can look at the different bids that were on Smith Road and Connie Road. We had hoped to do one, but even the small one between FM 550 and Connie Road was $576,000 to get it done. It's something hard that we're trying to, as much as we can do, we're doing, and we'll continue to do it. I would say staff-wise that if you had me identify, and this is kind of a tough thing because every resident drives a certain way in the city, and there's roads, but I would submit to you that most of the roads are good that people drive on, and even the city-owned roads. But I was saying TxDOT-owned roads and most of the county, because we've helped the county has come in and jointly with us help identify and fix some roads. So you'll see on the last page that, and I've sent this to you previously, an impact fee study for roads. We have contracted out, as you remember, with Kimley Horn, and that process is right at our doorsteps with this. In fact, next city council meeting, you're going to get an impact fees 101 from Kimley Horn, specifically on roads and streets and roads, and you'll also need to set a public hearing, their first of 2 public hearings for those impact fees, and the city council has to formulate a CIAC for that, which is the citizens. It can be the planning commission, it could be part of the planning commission, it could be part of the city council and others, it could be resident groups, to also be part of the analysis of these impact fees in a legally defined manner that I was gonna surprise you, or specifically surprise our city attorney with an exact citation of the law that requires that, but I forget it and I didn't write it down. I wrote it down, but it wasn't right there on my copy sheet. But it's something that's coming. However, when we get impact fees, those are only for new things, and current residents don't pay a dime for impact fees. So a lot of people, they're thinking, oh, the city's gonna tax me. No, it's only for new residents that have impact on our roads, that will have impact on our roads. So that's the only ones that will have to participate in this as the city evaluates and looks and determines whether that's the positive thing for our city to go that route or not. We do have back to Edwards Road, which is probably the most severe road right now. We've identified 5 different patches, not redoing the whole road, just patches to the road so it can be drivable, and we're working toward getting you a cost estimate with that. We're working with the developer there. The developer has done good things of working with us. And I'm not sure if we don't have a price. We'd hope to have a price for you tonight of what it's all gonna cost and what potentially the city could participate in. Last thing, we also are working with our PID public improvement district, that people in Sonoma Verde are familiar with their PID cost. Part of that cost is money that the city should have been receiving for overall infrastructure maintenance. We haven't. We delved into that and researched that with our PID partners and our finance director, and we've identified money that we're going to go and talk to the developer out of PID money, that they've received PID money that needs to be earmarked to the city for doing some of those improvements as well. It's not crazy, but it's another source of revenue. And not sure if we can do Edwards with that, but we're going to research that and see, because Edwards is just sort of right on the edge where not all, but a lot of residents have found that way out as an alternate source of getting ingress and egress for the city. So that's sort of a big summary of this. I would suggest, as a city staff looking at it, and for an overall, if you say what brings our roads up to a B level, which is good, that we have all good we have some roads, we have things based on the engineering estimate bids that probably $15 to $20 million of costs. How do we get 15? We don't have $15 to $20 million in our reserves, which would potentially be a bond issuance. I know that's potentially, I mean, cities bond all the time. Our city doesn't as much, but it's something that if the residents may be putting it out in a survey or a questionnaire type thing with the, I mean, generally with interest rates and terms allowed on bonds, for every $1 million you borrow, you have about $80,000 of annual debt service on that. Well, if you did 80,000 and you did 20s, I mean, you can do the quick math on that, and you did 20 million, you could figure that out, divide by 12, divide by, I mean, for the months, or divide by the total number of households, and I mean, it's quick math on the back of a napkin. You can figure out what a resident would have to pay to do that and bring our roads, if that's the appetite of the council. We can continue on the other side, just doing the best we can with some of those. We've looked into other equipment. Love the asphalt zipper. That it costs a lot of money, but on the long run, you reuse stuff that you rip up instead of hauling material out and hauling it out and hauling it back in. It's kind of unique and saves money, but there's a definite investment at the start of around $300,000. So there's stuff that we're looking at. We are going to come back to you. We're willing to take any recommendations that the council has, but we definitely will come back to you with further staff recommendations at your upcoming budget visiting session that we're going to do here in a couple of months. But that's sort of where we're at. It's pictures of some of the major roads that have been identified in Mexico. But also there's roads that have little bits and pieces that people have commented on that maybe that's the direction we go and we fix everything we can with the money instead of, and the major projects, I don't know, it's a difficult thing to figure out where we're going with that. That's why I say the bond is something that we can do it. We're not even remotely close to the amount of money that we can borrow based on our overall appraisal of property appraisal in our city. But that's paid back with property tax.
Okay, so why was the color green used on the analysis portion? Because it makes it look like it's okay. Because I don't think Edwards Road is considered in good condition. I mean, is there like a legend that you were going by? I just want to start with basic before I get into more questions.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure the green, but it's right up there in I mean, it's fourth in the...
Yeah, because it's labeled as good. Yeah, hey,
no,
no,
and whoever said that, it's true. I mean, just go drive. I mean, we've been out there, we're working with the developer, I promise you. We've been working with the county to get as many revenue sources as we can. It doesn't look like it right now. Mm-hmm. And when our plans for that, like I said, is to cut out 5 separate sections and patch those 5 separate sections. And so we can keep the cost down and we can get it done as quick as we can. We hope to get that done as fast. I mean, I hate to
it's okay.
give you a date because...
Just so for clarity and that everybody's here listening, is that so you're already working with the developer right now?
Yes. And
you're going to get 5 patches, because originally it was 3, now it's gone to 5.
5 patches is what we're hoping.
Okay, and then what does that entail exactly? You said that it was going to be using some sort of machine called the zipper?
Oh, no. I'd love to have the zipper to do all our roads, but it's a $300,000 piece of equipment that's pulled by a front-end loader. Pulled by a front-end loader, and it just tears up your road, but it crushes it so you can, and then it compacts it, and so you can reuse that same material instead of traditionally you tear it all up and haul it off, and there's costs, and you haul back new material to make your sub base and things like that.
Microphone.
At the same time, it redeploys the materials for compaction? Is that what you're saying?
It does.
It's only 300,000. No. I mean, that sounds like a
No,
very
and
low cost for the value derived from it.
And, we've talked about it stepwise, that we could put it up for rent for neighboring cities. Once we get, if we ever got something like that, you'll see that as sort of a wish list on our budget at your visioning session as we go through the budget. You'll see that on there. I've encouraged staff to say, look, if the process that you give and what you're working on, your specific area of expertise, to do a great job, to be the very best, I want you to make the council know what that is and what the cost is of that, knowing that you're not going to have enough money to do it all, but maybe you'll say, this is what we want to do, or maybe we put this on a 3-year cycle or whatever to get enough money or do everything, so you'll know based on staff input how we grade our different services. It won't be every line item, but it'll be a bunch of the line items where you'll know what the grade is. Roads right now, overall, if you take not just the city roads, but all of them, it's not crazy bad. People that live next to Edwards and Klutz and Connie and a lot, I could go on with a bunch of, do have issues, but a lot of our roads are private too with the HOAs, and so that helps us a lot. And then there's some private roads that the HOAs don't do much, if anything, in there. If you think Edwards is bad, go to some of those others. But it's something that we want to figure out ways to help and solve this. It is a critical issue to the city. Infrastructure is something that on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's a foundational item that residents tend to expect, like water lines and sewer lines. They expect to turn the faucet on and good, fresh, clean water is there in a redundant and reliable basis. They push the little lever down and it goes away. I don't care where it goes away. I just want it to go away. And those are some foundational things that are just expected by our residents. And on roads, we're falling a little bit. We're discussing water a little bit. I mean, those are some foundational things. And then after that is quality of life stuff that a lot of people think good things about living in my city or quality of life stuff. But anyway.
Yeah, I do. I've been reviewing these photographs that you've submitted, and I've driven down most of these roads. And for those that are not aware of my background, I worked as an engineering and environmental geologist for years and looked at problems like this. This is a severe engineering defect. This is not something that you're going to be able to patch over. These are cracks. In fact, these are a type of crack. Let me hold this up so everybody can see. These are linear cracks. They're called tension cracks. And this is caused by the heaving of the soil because they have improper compaction underneath the soil. It's heaving. Cars running over is exacerbating the problem. But the problem itself is that there's a ditch over here. It's just gravitational failure. It's just pulling itself into the ditch. And it's happening all along this area here. We have a similar engineering problem on Edwards, I think, filling it with, I don't want to throw good money after bad. We got some serious engineering issues. I don't know what's going on out at Edwards, except what I could see is that there's not a proper concrete pad. That should have been 7 inches thick at least with reinforced steel. Given the type of things that are running over it right now, you go out and put it over there, it's going to be like running over mud. It's just going to get annihilated in 6 months again. So I'm very concerned about, I think the issues are bigger than just patching holes. I think patching holes is important, all right? We got to triage the problem, but that's not a long-term solution here.
I 100% agree. I've been out with road specialized engineers, public engineers, and they talk just like you talk about trees and other vegetation and types of trees and other vegetation that not to get water. Water's a number one a problem. And these are old county road, old roads that all of a sudden with growth, we have additional traffic, passenger traffic, but we also have heavy traffic going down some of those. And the weight distribution, it wasn't built for those bigger equipment, but it's here, and it affects us, and it affects every single person in this room, every single person in the city as they drive down our roads, if they veer off of our artery roads. So it's definitely an issue, definitely a problem. The best way to solve it is we'll give you solutions at our visioning, but wanted you to start knowing that maybe that bonding may be the number one solution that we're going to tell you. But as Edwards Road, it's on our thoroughfare plan, and it is intended to be a 4-lane concrete at the end, but why should the developer or others put a whole bunch of money into it when in 6 to 9 months or 12 months, it's broken down again? So they want to make it to the end before they do put in that road, which they have said that they're going to put in that well-built, and why should we throw good money while we're just trying to, so I get their point, but at the same time, we have residents that have to take kids to soccer practice and have to go to work and have to do X, Y, or Z, just their normal lives, and have to drive down some of those roads. And so we're actively trying to help out. I mean, I talked about Councilmember Tucker being out there. We've had the fire guys out there when they're sitting around. I walk over there and I say, hey, I need about 5 of you guys. And they're out doing potholes. And so instead of doing firework, I won't say what they were doing. But
yeah, to that end, just for the folks that are listening, for the city council members, consider all the emails I get regarding development and water. This is overwhelmingly the number one issue I get emails on, is on the roads and the condition they are. One person said that we might be in a competition with another municipality over ripping off oil pans. I thought that was pretty funny. So the person, I'm sure, is going to watch the meeting and know that I'm referencing them. So this is a really big deal, but I think we need to have a two-pronged approach. We need to have the short term. We definitely need to have a long-term strategic plan to get these roads not only in, but we need them to last for 30 years, as opposed to just saying, hey, let's just get through the next 36 months.
Well, that's the thing we're talking about, the patches, because originally I said it was 3 patches, and they went up to 5 now. And so this is the short term, because obviously we can't get rid of the heavyweight construction vehicles. That's what's making this entire thing worse, and that's what was mentioned earlier. You said something about 9,600 cars for one vehicle that runs down it. And so their concern, developers' concern, everybody's concern is that we're going to patch this. We already know it's going to get destroyed again, but overall, we need to start planning for ideas, financial ideas for potential bonds that would have to be, planned for on which roads will need to be bonded or listed on the bond. And anyway, so I believe, in my opinion, I believe that Edwards Road should be at the top of the list as considered a priority to be fixed very, very soon. I don't know how long the time frame that would be for the 5 patches. Is there any other roads that you believe, even though it's in green, and that you would consider that it should also be on the list as a priority? Is there any other opinions that you think that should be added to the list of priorities?
I actually drove on Smith and Con, and both of those are atrocious. I mean, they're almost as dangerous as Edwards is. And I think some of the pictures will display that. As far as patching goes, I was doing some patch work with our code enforcement officer over on Poland, and the effectiveness of these patches, I mean, it looks nice when you complete the effort, but their resiliency, I think, is not very much. During the 15 minutes or so we worked on one stretch, we had 3 or 4 different heavy-duty trucks carrying heavy loads going right over the patchwork. So you could see immediately that these were not going to be effective, and we're almost going through motion on that effort. Not to say and demean the effort. I'm just saying the longevity of that was going to occur there was minimal, and that maybe we could have gotten our values derived in some other fashion. You know, I haven't heard about this device that chews up road and replants it. That's entertaining, and I'll have to look into that. But, you know, right now we're doing an evaluation. We've set some priorities, and we're getting some estimates. But I think in the long term, and, you know, it's going to be some kind of a bond. I mean, we have to face the issue here, and the issue is we have a number of long connectors that get to the main roads out here, outside of the individual developments, that they're obscene. I mean, they just, you know, if you were to drive them, they're downright dangerous at times. And with families out there and kids, you know, driving on different vehicles, I mean, even off-road vehicles, it's just, you know, accidents that are going to happen. So I think this has, as Councilman Day was saying, this has got to be a big priority. I know we have other issues to deal with, but this is one of those issues that we definitely have to hearken to and take very, very seriously. I've been on these roads, and I was amazed at the condition, the poor condition of many of these roads that people travel on a daily basis, not just heavy equipment, but individual citizens.
Any other council members want to share thoughts? Any questions on the suggested McLendon-Chisholm roadway impact fee adoption schedule? Can you talk about it just briefly, real quick, just one more time for the, because you're making suggestions of item 1 through 16 of like, you listed like the staff would share something of a review on the roadway CIP, which is, that would be at the next council meeting. I mean, this is just ideas that you want to suggest that we should start doing that so that we can get prepared for potential idea of putting a bond together?
It is, and I think that that's the ultimate answer. I just did the quick math. At 20 million, based on our number of households in the city, it's around $700 a year for residents, or about $50-something a month to have a $20 million bond. So it's substantial. But you also have to say that of all of our neighboring cities all around us, our tax rate, our property tax rate is 3 times lower than the lowest one around us. So, I mean, and we have the perfect person. I mean, we thought that someone that fills cavities could fill potholes, so we can get do a filling and get it to stay in there.
Just a quick question, follow up on that. To the extent that Edwards Road is half in the county and half in the city, which is correct, right? How much are they expected to contribute to this repair versus us? Should it be 50-50, or are we? I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows what we're confronting here.
You know, that is a great question, and if you ask different people, you'll get different answers. If you ask somebody from the county, they'll say we've done our fair share and we're good. If you ask the city, we say, no, we need to have you be part of this. They have done a lot of things in the past in our city. You see the upgrades on Dow Road, which is one of our high roads. Dow Road's is decent condition, but if you go out and drive Dow Road with your eyes, you'll see problems at Dow Road that, you know, the general people will say, wow, this is great, it's all black and no cracks. But you'll see some of the things that you were referring to based on, I mean, because putting that road and fixing that road is taking down trees on the side and making it that sub base to a certain consistency that fits that, and pouring different asphalt or concrete at different temperatures. There's so many things that go into making that road a solid road, and then all the applications that we can do at 3 years and 5 years and 7 years, from crack sealing and chip sealing and oil overlays and asphalt overlay, all the different products that we can do to extend the life those so they'll last and be good drivable roads for the time. It's just unfortunate we're on a growth stage too, that, you know, we haven't, I mean, you go back a while and it wasn't as much growth. We're growing all over, it brings growth-related vehicles to our roads, so.
Sorry. The one thing that I would suggest council to consider is that at the next council meeting for the presentation for the roadway impact fee adoption schedule to be presented at the next council meeting, and as far as like priority is concerned, that Edwards Road will be followed up on the 5 patches. Is that right, Conrad?
Yes, and we should have the fiscal numbers for you for those patches and that. And potentially our participation for that.
And the one thing I do ask is that if whenever you do it, please put that information on the website, show pictures of the progress of that. In addition to that, I want to also include about having a that speed device. I can't remember the name of the device that has, like, you know, little monitoring thing that we can probably present at the next council meeting. So if anybody would like to make a motion about that item to be presented at the next council meeting, that would be wonderful.
Just a speed table.
Speed
Posted speed.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that at the next city council meeting that the city administrator provide us with the impact fee adoption schedule and estimates on costs, and then beyond that for a speed table discussion to be provided as well.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimously passed. Okay, we're going to move into executive session. We're going to adjourn at 7:48 to do 7.1 in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.074A1, personal matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, city administrator, city secretary. And 7.2, adjourn into executive session, closed meeting in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, discuss the status of city's current PUC application as it relates to RCH's system and any other PUC application related issues. And it's Paula? Oh, okay, all right. 7:49. Okay, ready? So it's 10:12. We have returned from executive session. Giving an update on 6.10 regarding the city secretary. The city secretary has recently resigned, and her last day will be this Thursday. So updates on the website, including a job posting, will be available, and so that information staff has been given direction to. Now we need to talk about, I apologize on, we have 6.1, review and action regarding approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, consenting to the addition of certain land in River Rock Trail Municipal Utility District Number 2 and providing an effective date. Mr. Bedke, are you here? Yeah, can you please come up to the podium? No. Again, I apologize for, I missed that one.
That's okay.
So, okay. Please go ahead and tell us about your agenda item now.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Josh Becky with Coates Rose. I represent the MUDs that are out there. We've been kind of coming back and forth with you guys for several months now. Just to kind of give a little bit of history, back in September, we had landowner submitted a petition to annex some property into MUD 2. It was about 640 acres that you guys consented to at the time. I believe also back then I probably explained to you guys that we were going through the process of shifting the boundaries between the two MUDs. Collectively, it's 1,867 acres, as you guys know. And so we've just simply moving boundaries between the two MUDs. This is a 40.82 acre tract that's currently in MUD 1 that we're wanting to move over into MUD 2 under the applicable provisions under the local government code. Since the property, that particular tract, is currently in the ETJ of the city, the developer, landowner, cannot annex the property into MUD 2 without the city's consent. And so it was contemplated under the development agreement that we've worked out with you guys, section 1.1. It was actually supposed to have been acted on at the same time as the development agreement. And so really just looking for the approval from the city in accordance with the development agreement and kind of the plan that we've been discussing for the past several months. Happy to answer any questions.
Colin, do you want to jump in real quick and give any information on your end?
Well, you and I have been emailing about the development agreement. We're talking about the consent to the annex of the 40 acres, which is contemplated under 1.1 of the development agreement. Voted on the development agreement, but there was supposed to be a separate action item for the approval of the consent resolution for the annexation. Correct, but there was no separate action taken by the board. Correct. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Sir, thank you for coming out and waiting so patiently.
Sure.
Today I had difficulty going through the packet and trying to locate the exact location of the parcel in question. Is there any way that we can get that information? I'm looking at Exhibit E, which is where you have your trails. There's a couple other maps, but that's the easiest one to get to because it's at the end. Is there any way where you can identify those in a convenient and easy way so the public can see it?
Yes, if you look at you're looking at the development agreement, I don't believe there was maps or anything included with the agenda item for today, but yeah, so if I may approach, I'm happy to kind of point out where it's at. Current ETJ line is right here, and so we're talking about 40-acre tract that's kind of in this general vicinity. It's in centralized. Currently, it's in MUD 1. It's just we're simply just shifting the boundaries for development purposes to have this property be in MUD 2 instead of MUD 1. It's currently in a MUD. We just want to move it from MUD 1 to MUD 2.
You're just doing a swap of some sort.
Correct. And so technically for it to happen, the board of directors at MUD 1 has to act to exclude that property from MUD 1, given the ETJ status of it, and Chapter 42 of the Local Government Code 42.05 requires the landowner to get city consent of any property that is in ETJ or MUD to be annexed into a MUD. So because we want to annex it into MUD 2, we have to have city consent. It's a legal requirement.
So there's no special.
Correct. It's not anything that's actually required. It's just simply that the developer wants to move it from one MUD to the other, just for phasing of development purposes, so that the actual boundary lines between the two MUDs, collectively, it'll essentially be about 910 acres in one and 950 acres in the other, to make it a little bit even distribution between the two MUDs. Okay. The plan of development and everything like that that's discussed under the development agreement doesn't change any of this. So it's just simply shifting the boundaries between the two districts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming out and staying so late.
Sure.
I apologize. We should have made sure we did you before we went back.
Okay.
That is an oversight. My question is, try not to make this thing have crazy feedback. So I'm just going to act like I'm new on this. So we're doing you have the petition to move some land around. I understand that part. With the development agreement being in there, this was voted on. I was not here on the development agreement night. So my concern is, if these items are in here again, with it being lined out, this is the biggest worry for me, is there's so much lined out in this development agreement. The city there's really just no say in this development agreement, or this some of it. I'll just point out the lot sizes are lined out and listed as not applicable. The lot width lined out, not applicable. Lot depth lined out, not applicable. Lot shape lined out. Building lines lined out. Less landscaping. What I thought was very interesting tonight is Councilman Day mentioned roads, and one of the things that's also lined out is, instead of being a 7-inch concrete pavement, it's a 6-inch. We'd almost be, in years down the road, maybe facing the same things we're facing now. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, with this development agreement in here, if this council votes yes on 6.1, is that pushing that development agreement back in, or was that already voted on and there's nothing, doesn't matter? But I'm still just blown away that there's so much lined out and this was passed through anyways. I think we should, I would say, if this is a way to stop that, then we stop it now and figure out how to redo this development agreement to be more in line with the city having some oversight. That's my thoughts.
Happy to let your attorney speak on the validity of the agreement. The agreement was approved at a prior council, subject to a couple of conditions which we had met. It is now ready for execution. The action that we're asking for today has nothing to do with the approval that was previously approved by the city. It does not open the development agreement back up. We're simply asking the city to act as they had already have promised to under the development agreement, and without an action from the city that they would be in breach of that particular provision under the development agreement.
Okay, correct. Not arguing that.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, the developer agreement's not good without the ILA, correct?
Correct.
So, if we said no, then we're just making sure that this is going to come back to a point where we can sit down and redo this development agreement, because I don't think it's a good development agreement, me personally. So I can't speak for other council members. I wasn't here that night. I would have been a no. So what I can say is, looking at it now and knowing that this development agreement may have been passed, but it's no good without the ILA.
It's currently effective without the ILA. There's triggers.
this land swap, it is.
For all purposes under the development agreement, it is currently effective until the triggers regarding the ILA. If those don't occur by the certain deadlines contemplated under the development agreement, then the development agreement essentially becomes null and void. But currently, as it stands right now, we're asking you guys to act under the valid development agreement that is in place. Yes.
Hala, can you give me a little more insight on that too? I think they're going by none of them at all. I mean, this thing is so lined out. I mean, I may have misread it, but if I was a kid, I don't even have a playground. I have open space.
In the development agreement.
Agree. But there are Mike. It's only inevitable until it's not, right? I mean, what about the ones that have been denied? What about the ones that have had to do a little bit better? I mean, I keep hearing the comparison of even back when it was Huffline's trilogy. You know, we started at 3,000 and apartments and satellites flying overhead or whatever, and they got it down to 1,700. So I think there's work that can still be done, but this much lined out is just not. That's not to me doing justice. Even though it's in the ETJ, the city and the citizens will take that hit, and that's just how it is. Oh, I would differ. It will affect the citizens. Yeah. So I'm assuming one of the shiny objects was a fire station, correct? I understand. But again, I'm just asking, the fire department is on the table, I'm assuming? Okay. I put MCFD on that fire department. The house gets on fire and someone passes away. Who do they sue if they wanted to sue somebody? Who are they going to sue? I'm just asking. Who gets sued in that? McLendon-Chisholm? Developer? I'm sure it would, but we're still going to pay for something. I'm just asking. Okay, but it's optics. It's still my city's name on there, and we're responsible. It's just a lot, but I understand where he's coming from, and he is right. That's not what's on the agenda, so I did get off track, and I apologize. I'll get back on course. No, he's been out here since. But I don't. That's just me getting off course, and that's my fault, and I apologize. We'll stay on course with what you're here to do for your vote. No, I apologize.
Just one more thing, just because I'm thankful that you did explain there's about 3 different things to this complex development process. The one thing I think that there's probably a very concerned issue is that somehow there's a belief out there that that a negotiation could cause for the development agreement for a reduction of the homes, the amount of homes that can be reduced. And I think that there's you know, I think at the end of the day, we need to do better as a city to explain the process of a MUD and like understanding the process that you have to go through to create a district, a municipal utility district, and the process of like, you know, getting into a development agreement, because in this particular case, you started many, many years ago. This didn't happen like yesterday or last year or anything like that. And so that part about negotiating any type of housing density is not on the table. Is that correct?
Correct. And to give further explanation as to I'm an attorney that represents 300 plus MUDs in the North Texas area. It's exclusively what I do in MUDs and other special purpose districts. And then you guys are familiar with this and other types of financing districts. That's 100% what I do. I'm happy to educate and help everybody understand a little bit more what's going on. The districts, these two particular districts were created in 2012. They've been sitting out here, they've been on this property. The intention has always been for developing this property pursuant to within the boundaries of these MUDs. What's happening now is that we're trying to reach an agreement. We've reached an agreement with the city where we said this is what our plan is for development. Here's the way that we can create a revenue stream for the cities that can be beneficial from both of them. As your attorney pointed out, we can develop out here regardless of the city's involvement at all. What our intention was to work with the city where we can say the city can have inspection rights, the city can have approval of plans and specs. And again, I'm happy to go through this. This is outside the confines of what I believe is really what we're asking for tonight.
I would say let's just stay on topic since it's late.
Okay,
Let's just,
so let's move
let
on
all
to
the other stuff right there, let's just stay on topic tonight. There's people here, people watching.
Thank you. We're going ahead and we're going to motion. I would request the council to motion, make a motion at this point for this agenda. This is for 6.1. Is there any motion that you would like to make on this agenda item for 6.1?
Well, prior to making a motion, I did have one final question for the attorney, if that's okay. Sir, I have taken the time to review the documents that you sent very carefully. I read it, believe it or not, every word in here. This is a very big deal. The section 4.4 on that ILA, as you know, I'm quite certain that you're aware that we have not come to an agreement with the county on an ILA. My understanding of this is that starts a clock, 6 months. Am I right, or am I? So is taking an action pursuant to the development agreement not premature, given that we don't have an agreement yet with the county? In your opinion?
In my opinion, if you look at section 1.1, the approval that we're asking for tonight says simultaneously with the approval of this agreement, the first sentence of section 1.1.
Yes, sir.
That is what I'm asking for. Was supposed to occur simultaneously on the approval of this. As your attorney pointed out, in theory, you have already approved this item because it is part of the development agreement. Unfortunately,
So I'm sitting here looking at Article 5, term of termination, and it makes it very clear that the ILA is the cornerstone for this entire thing. It seems that the cart is before the horse, to me. Why would you want to push this right here and right now, knowing that you don't know what the future is going to give you?
At the end of the day, the developer, the landowner wants the 910 acres in one lot and 957 acres in lot two. That's really simple. Regardless of any of the terms of development.
So they're seeking this with respect to simplification. Is that what you're saying? Or? And you certified that title is held identically for both parcels? Title is held identically for both parcels? By the same owner, but is it identically held? I want to make sure it's the same owners. Yes, okay. Not a sub-corporation or... I understand. Thank you.
Okay, council, does anyone would like to make a motion on item 6.1?
I make a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, consenting to the addition of certain land into River Rock Trails Municipal Utility District Number 2 and providing an effective date.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Tucker seconding it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No. Motion failed. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, we are on 6.2, discussion and action for a resolution of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to negotiate terms beneficial to the city for an agreement for the single certification and purchase of facilities and property within the city limits of the city pursuant to Water Code Chapter 13.255, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the city administrator to provide a notice of intent to provide service with the incorporated and annexed areas of the city to RCH Water Supply Corporation and High Point Special Utility District, authorizing the city administrator to prepare and execute a single certification application under Texas Water Code 13.255 and file such application with the Public Utility Commission of Texas and providing an effective date. Okay. So, do you want to start with the information, or do you want me to start?
No, I'm more than willing to start. Mayor and members of the council, thank you. This is an activity based on to initiate the process of seeking a citywide water system. A main thing that it does is, or that it requires, is that the city notify the neighboring water service providers that are part of the city, that the city intends to do that. It requests the city in a 6-month period, and state law says 180 days, and requests the petitioner, which is us, or applicant, to get with these water providers and discuss it, and discuss this process. There's a notice of intent that Mayor Pro Tem discussed, and that notice of intent is not on your agenda tonight. It'll be on the next meeting. That we would send out to these neighboring water companies. It is something that they can either agree to amicably or disagree with. And if they agree to it amicably, I mean, we've discussed, or we've had residents discuss about hostile takeovers. This says, come and talk to us. Come and talk to us. We want you to come talk to us. However, if we get to, based on state law, following state law, it tells, following state law, it's like, if we can't work something out in 180 days or 6 months, or be well on our way, we're going to go through the state law provisions of filing with the Public Utilities Commission of Texas. So that isn't initiated with this vote, but this is the first step, and then next council meeting, you'll have that notice of intent that you can decide if that's a really. So if you wanted to go and research more stuff, look at other alternatives, other state law programs that may be more fitting, between now and next council meeting, there's time to do that. But in essence, it's saying that we feel that it's in the best interest of our city to run our water system for a variety of reasons, notwithstanding commercial requirements, potential other activities that the city oversees, in providing our residents with the highest quality, quantity, reliability, and redundancy of water. So they don't have to worry about the water system that has caused travail and worry for a while here in our city. We're not going anywhere. We're here. We're the local government in the city. And I would venture to guess, if you went throughout the state of Texas, all cities that want a water company have water companies, have water systems. They don't give it out outside. Do we want to be friends and partners and with our neighbors? Of course we do, and we should do, in my opinion. We should be there for them, and hopefully vice versa. This isn't what this is about. This is about us running our city, and the number one thing, again, in my opinion, is water for a city. The essential function. I mean, a city's not a city without water. So this gives the city the ability to start seeking out its own water system, but not taking it, not hostile efforts at all. It's saying, come talk, let's talk. State law requires us, but it says, come talk. We have 6 months free. Tell us when you can meet, and we'll talk about it. And we'll try to come with an amicable agreement. So this is just the first step that the state law requires. The next step would be to follow through on this notice of intent that we'll have for you at our next city council meeting.
So for those that are probably listening and are not familiar with the subject matter and are confused about what happened in the PUC process and and what they have provided to us, there is two things that the PUC gives answer to. It's either sufficient or deficient whenever you apply for when you do a filing with them. And our city did not meet the statute requirement as far as the notice. It has to be sent through U.S. Postal Service, and so that's what this is to cure, is that process that we need to go through according to our water attorney, who has given us the steps of what needs to be applied, and then this resolution gives a breakdown of what is expected to be in this letter, and then the time frame that is mentioned in state law that they have. The water entities can be able to come back to us. It can be less than 180 days, but they have a deadline of 180 days to respond in an amicable agreement, which will be a voluntary agreement. If they choose not to do a voluntary agreement, then it will be considered involuntary, and then after that 180 days has been passed, then we will officially file with the Public Utility Commission and go through the process to be able to get permission to be granted to be able to service the specific water boundary. We have good relationships with Blackland. We also have good relationships with High Point, and they both have complied with the right-of-way ordinance. RCH has not. This will give an opportunity for an amicable agreement to be done with RCH if they choose to do that, so that they're not missing out on an opportunity to be able to come back to the table. Anywho, so I will be open to a motion for this item. I'll just make sure that it's said again that our water attorney will be providing the letter, which she does not have at this time. She'll be providing it so that we'll be able to present it at the next city council meeting. So if there's any changes to that letter, if there's some things that we need to add, then we can do that then at that time.
Question. Just for the people who are watching and maybe not know, can you tell us what a 13.255 is?
Mr. Hollow, would you like to discuss what a 13.255 is?
Okay, and then if you can now tell me what a 13 point, is it 031 or 30? Oh, I think it's yeah. Great. That's actually helps me where I'm trying to go with this. So a 13.255 in our attorney's words, I believe you said the word take. Take, okay. So I'm going to send this resolution out and say, come negotiate in good faith, but I'm kicking you right there in the face with a 13.255 off the bat, telling you I'm going to take it. How is that a negotiation that I would ever want to walk into when I already know the cards I'm being shown? And I want to be very clear on something tonight on record. I am not against the city having the water. I'm against the way we're going about doing it, because I believe there's a right way to do it to make sure that we partner up in a unified way that doesn't have division and allows us to show the citizens that we are working in their best interest. To hostile takeover or anything, which has been the words that have been used tonight, it's just, to me, it's not, there's never a good faith gesture to anybody. I own businesses, and if someone came in and said, I want to talk to you about buying your business for this amount of money, and if you don't agree, I'm going to take it anyway, I'm probably not going to want to talk to them, you know? I mean, I'm just, and that's only for me. I can't speak on behalf of RCH, though people think I can. I cannot. I really would love to see the city do it the right way, and then we service the citizens the right way as a city. So if you're telling me the difference is one is take and one is negotiate, I'd rather see us negotiate. And if that's not the case, then let's hold this until we see what this letter of intent says, because it sounds to me that there's going to be the teeth. And if the letter of intent or notice of intent or however these is wanting to be worded, if it shows me different, then I will sit up here and say, I will set it in there. If you show me a peaceful way to make this happen, you'll have a yes vote. But if it's a hostile takeover, I can't be okay with that. because I just don't think that's the right way to do it. Because if you're telling me E is the option, please tell me why A, B, C, and D were not.
I'm not interested in, we have got to move forward. Time is of the essence. There is things that we have to do as a city. We're thinking about the health and safety and welfare. We want to be able to have independence in our water. We have things that have not been done in over 20 decades. There's stuff that administratively that was done wrong, that hasn't been taken care of. We need to rectify all those things. There are maps where there have been crossovers of CCNs, and at the end of the day, we need to go through the processes available to us with the law. Our water attorney is the one who gave us the advice on this. Our water attorney is the one that gave us the resolution. She's also going to be the one that's going to be providing the letter that's going to be reviewed and to be sent out to 2 particular water entities. Now, is there going to be an opportunity between that 180 days for that agreement to be agreed upon? Sure. They can come back in 60 days maybe, or if they choose not to, that's fine too. But at the end of the day, we need to do our part as a city to do the independence that we need to do and make sure that we're moving forward on managing our future water system. As far as negotiating and all that stuff, it's a process that is expected to be done according to the PUC process. We are supposed to do an assessment, all that, after we get through, after the filing and stuff. So that's not like we're going to be missing out on money being provided to them based on a third-party assessment. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that all the stuff can be available at the next meeting. That's supposed to be the next step to provide a letter to this water entity, 2 water entities. And then we can go from there as far as awaiting the time period that is stated in the law that we have to do. And also in the agreement, it mentions that, you know, if they do come to the table, they will be required to have an election. They would have to be doing a, you know, they have to do an audit, and then all these different details that makes up that particular system would also be provided if that is an amicable agreement.
But you're already starting out with a 13.255. It still is going to fall back on that. If you really are wanting to say you want to negotiate, why would we have in the resolution off the bat a 13.255? Could we not hold, as you use the word independence, meaning we should be independently able to look at some things? I still don't think 2 weeks harms it. And maybe in that time, myself, Councilmember Tucker, maybe Councilmember McLendon, Day, we look at some things, and all of a sudden we can come back as the council, as we have some items coming up for governance, we can easily say, hey, this might be the best path. Let's file it this way. And if time is really of the essence, it seems like filing it the right way, you earn the time back. When you file it the wrong way, which we have already done, we have lost time. We haven't gained time. We lost time. It was a dismissal. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
No. Mr. McNeil, we're going to go ahead and move on to going ahead to vote. It is almost 11 o'clock.
So I still am speaking, though.
I'm saying that we need to move on. I understand.
I would like to go on record that I was not finished.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, if there's any other issue, remember that this item for the letter will be provided to the council at the next meeting, because she does not have the letter right now that will be going out to the water utility. The resolution is giving direction to the staff. It's laid out right there in section 1 and 2 as far as the process that is to take place is based on what the law says that we can do. So if you have an issue with the resolution or you want to make amendments on it, now is the time. So I'm asking for the council to go ahead and make a motion if they choose to.
I would make a motion to amend this resolution and extract out the notice of intent to provide service and have the attorney initiate that outside acceptance of this resolution in its entirety.
Say that one more time for me.
You're gotta be kidding. Yeah.
Do we have a
Basically, what I'm looking for is what's really important in this resolution. I mean, it's all very important, but the primary point of focus on the immediate side is the notice of intent to be generated. We don't have that. The council wants to look at that and review it. My feeling is we can do that outside this resolution. We don't have to accept the resolution, everything else involved prior to seeing this notice of intent. This resolution itself and all the bodies can come back later and we can vote yes or no on it. We can extract out the notice of intent, direct our attorney to generate that, bring it back in concert with this resolution and make a vote on it. But I will not vote for this resolution as it stands simply because there's governance questions that I have later to address in another agenda item. And I disagree with giving the authority, again, as we have in the past, to city administrator, mayor pro tem. And so I am going to vote no on this resolution as it stands. However, if you extract out the notice of intent and we vote on that alone and let the resolution itself die, then I'm fine with pushing this notice of intent forward. Don't ask me to repeat it.
So, Mr. Tucker, so just to make sure I have it clear, what you're suggesting here is that you want to see the letter generated before it's authorized for execution? Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah, absolutely. But beyond that, to extract it again outside of this resolution, because with this resolution, there are other elements to this resolution that are going to be enforced. And I'm not in favor of those enforcements. And so in order to accept the resolution, I have to accept all elements. And yes, I accept the generation of the notice of intent, but there are other parts of this that I do not. And that is authority that's being given to city administrator and mayor to proceed with all the other important parts of this, which in the past, I just don't have the confidence there, is really what it amounts to. And I want that oversight that I'm going to be looking at in, 6.5.
So in terms of the scope of this, you're saying let's authorize the generation of the letter, and then we'll review it in 2 weeks.
And there will be no detriment in terms of times lost on this, because that's what everybody's worried about. It seems on the panel is that we're going to lose the time element. And I'm saying, well, generate the letter. We don't have the letter now. We're going to be voting on generating a letter that is going to be, now it's going to be generated for the next 2 weeks. We're going to look at that and we may make amendments on that. Why not? Just push on with this thing.
So when the city attorney, the water attorney turns in these documents in the future, when we apply all that, there has to be a resolution. Okay, and then, okay, so I'm asking for a friendly amendment from this because she has to have a resolution, and then in the resolution that talks about the notice, which is not here right now, she'll have that at the next meeting. Okay, these items that she needs to include whenever we do apply to the Public Utility Commission, she has to include a resolution.
That will come at the point of application, and at some point in time, you will have that resolution.
I understand that, but the resolution has to be, remember we were talking about the 180 days and all that?
I understood.
All this stuff has to be done, like, for example, now, and then
It can be done in 2 weeks, actually.
Okay, one more time. Yes, the letter is not here. Okay, a resolution, no matter what, has to be approved. If it's going to be next week, fine, next week.
Then so be it.
But you would have to amend the motion. That's to say that, because what you're saying, you're extracting the letter.
then let's take it to a
Like-
vote and see how it fares. Let's just take it to a vote.
So,
Well, let's see, so pull the motion, and someone needs to make a new motion and take it to a vote then, because if we can't amend it this much, then the vote just needs to happen at this point.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion as said by our city attorney, which is extract all elements excluding notice of intent to provide service.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
I'm gonna go with no.
Me neither.
Okay, we're on 6.3, consider and approval of an ordinance altering the prima facie speed limits. Whoa, wait a minute. 6.3, consider and approval of an ordinance altering the prima facie speed limits established for vehicles under the provisions of Transportation Code Section 545.356 upon Highway 205 or parts thereof within the corporate limits of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, as set out in this ordinance, and providing a penalty of a fine not to exceed $200 for the violation of this ordinance. This is that speed limit that we needed to add in front of the school. Is that right?
Yes, yes, Mayor Pro Tem. This is something that has been requested by parents and school officials and I don't have the school name in front of me. It's in your staff report. Providence, yes, sir. And they're requesting to have flashing lights and to reduce the speed in front of their school at certain times of the day. Like any school zone, when the flashing lights are going, you have to go 35 miles an hour, or you have to reduce your speed on that road. That's what they're requesting. They requested that of the city, and TxDOT is the approval agency. TxDOT, through talking to them, gave us this ordinance that you have in front of you. So if you're in favor of that, that's something that they're requesting, and TxDOT will do it if the council approves the action to be done.
I'm entertaining a motion.
Before we, won't there need to be a step down from, like, not just from 55 to 30, right?
Well, it won't be a permanent, it'll just be when the lights are flashing. So when school's beginning or ending, whenever they turn on the lights, flashing lights.
Okay, so
that will.
So we're gonna go from 55 to 30 in like 3 seconds.
Well, there's
60 to 30. Yeah, it's 55. Yeah.
So yeah, that could be problematic. As I had a discussion with Councilmember Day earlier, that there's some flaws potentially in this, but they're trying to make it safer through the flashing lights and the reduced speed limit. But there are a variety of things that potentially maybe need to be suggested, as well as just this.
Is there any other questions?
So yeah, I did actually quite a bit of work, including a field trip, school field trip. I went up to the school so I knew what was going on, and Conrad, would it be cool? I sent you a series of exhibits. I call it Councilman Day Exhibits 3, 4, and 5. Can we bring those up, please? Here we have that tack area. This is for something that didn't wind up being an issue. This is Exhibit 3. I took this as a Google Earth image. This is from July 2023. And we can see the outlay that we have here, that we have down in the lower right-hand corner there, the southeast portion. We see that with the 205 is cutting across here in this direction, coming up from the, I'm realizing I want to like point. So my inner professor's coming out, and I like want pointers or something like this. But down in the southeast, you can actually see, and can you point this out with your pointer, in fact, Conrad, where the school is on this image, and where the cars are coming out onto the 205? Does that show up? I don't see a pointer.
Come out right there.
Yeah, right there, right there. And what you'll see there is what's confronting people is a very interesting situation, which is not shared on the other side of the property, which is to the north, to the northwest there. As you're coming out of that property, you can make a right-hand turn on a 205, which I don't think most people have a problem with. It's the left-hand turn back towards Sonoma Verde that's a problem. You can actually see the dirt on this image, show that people are trying to make that left-hand turn right across the road. Can we go to Exhibit 4? So I went out in the middle of the road and took a picture of that double line so that you can see exactly what parents are confronting when they're trying to make that left-hand turn. I took this photograph yesterday, right about 3 o'clock. I got real lucky and there was an opening. I ran out there, took a picture, and skedaddled back out of there. You can see that if you're going to make a left-hand turn and go into the screen away from us, you're going to have your two left tires in oncoming traffic coming right at you at 55 miles an hour. So the problem that we have here isn't necessarily that, or what I'm saying here is there's not really a sufficient left-hand turn lane for folks to be able to safely get in and out of this very, very busy area. I think dropping the speed down to 35 might create a whole new set of risks and problems, including a big rig, somebody driving down the road, listening to their iPod, and then all of a sudden slamming into a van full of 5 kids. So maybe one of the things we need to do is look at the problem that the road, or that the left-hand turn lane doesn't extend far enough. Can we go to Exhibit 5? You can see that this is the same image, but it's about 5 years ago, and you can see TxDOT actually painted those out there to try to keep people from making that left-hand turn. So it's effectively a virtual berm. And what the parents are asking for is we could slow this down so we could effectively make this illegal left-hand turn. I think that my fear, and when I went out there to see this and to examine this problem, was that we might be creating more problems by implementing this without greater information and input on the situation. It seems, for example, that you could do some type of situation where you're routing traffic up to the north. Over there is a very good, yeah, right up there. There's a very good left-hand turn lane that people can make. It's not an issue for people going to the right out of either driveway, but it's the one over there on the left that you can get into. And it seems like the solutions are probably something in the future where they're going to extend this thing. These lanes are zippering together because they're headed towards a bridge, which is relatively narrow. So we do have a little bit of space, so perhaps TxDOT could extend that left-hand turn lane a little bit further to the southeast. But the one issue that we have that's just something that I think we have to address no matter what is that left-hand turn lane out of that southeastern entrance is not adequate for left-hand turns. It's a dangerous spot. And so I don't want to run into the risk of, putting up yellow flashers because that's the only tool we have. I think that we need to innovate something a little safer and a little better. That's my opinion. Thanks. And those are my only 3 exhibits.
Let me ask, when we were out there today looking at that, can you put that back up? So when we were looking at that today, and then we drove back, I'm gonna have to step away. So when we drove back through, there's another road. The problem was, as I drove back through, it's only gonna be room for 1 car. Yes. But if there was a way to do some roundabout that came back, essentially you would want to pass an illegal left-hand turn as the city council. Worst case scenario happen, and we pass something, we're going to be able to do the legal left-hand turn, we'd be not liable. But if you rounded them back after so many cars got through, they could come out there and they couldn't do that. And when people look at that, they're going to make a right turn anyway.
dollars. Okay. So do we have a motion to make for 6.3?
Councilman Day, are you finished with the presentation? I don't even, I just want to make sure you were finished with everything before we move on to the motion.
Yeah, those three exhibits, I just wanted everybody to see the layout of this, to see that it's a little more sophisticated, in my opinion, than just like a pair of yellow flashers. I think that, I don't know how the risk is being transferred, and I feel like some type of traffic flow plan or something like this should be, and I know 205s get expanded, so that's also going to be a part of the future of this too. So again, you don't want to throw good money after bad, or you know, that kind of situation. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Well, we could make give staff direction for our city planner, who, by the way, is working on an access management plan, to come back to city council to present to us other options to consider. Would you feel does the council feel better to have the city planner work with TxDOT on the access management plan for this item?
I was out at site today as well and saw all these things that Councilmember Day presented, and I'm in absolute agreement with what he's looked at. Yes, I would suggest that we have our planner speak to this point.
Anyone in disagreement with that?
I have a question. So how soon will we be able to execute changing speed limit, lights, all that?
Paula, can you answer that question? Our city planner has access and with a contact with TxDOT, so I'm pretty sure that he'll probably have the answer by tomorrow. So what I'm suggesting for council to consider is for direction to be given to the city planner to come back to council at the next meeting to give input as well as provide those, answer those questions.
So moved. What you said?
So Conrad, that's the direction to give ASA to let him contact our TxDOT representative to ask him that question, and then also to come back to city council in regard to options that can be considered for access management plan for the safety of this school attendees or something. Yes, that's correct. That was direction. 6.5, discuss and act on instructing city administrator and mayor to implement section 4.1-2 revised version with final authority to review and approval delegated to city council. I will let Mr. Tucker explain for 6.5.
In 6.5, will we have to, Mr. Holler? I'm looking really at 6.4, and what I considered there was that in order to move on to 6.5, which is providing a revised version of section 4, I would have to revoke first that section that originally appeared in the 5/23/23 resolution. So. Okay. Okay, and that being said, I did send some emails over to you in that regard, trying to get some clarification on this. And as you know, we had a conversation earlier. My device was not working, so I was waiting patiently for your reply, but you never came through, and I was. Yes, I do. So that being said, I am more than willing to stand down on 6.4 and 6.5 at this point and be in further contact with you, and we can resolve it. it'll be on the next agenda. That would be great. It's just consolidate. That'd be great. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Okay, so that's 6.4, 6.5 will be removed from the agenda, and then there's direction for city attorney to be working with Councilmember Tucker for our update, and then it'll probably most likely be on the next agenda. Okay, 6.6, discuss and approve to sign a second council member to water committee, assigned council member to have equal standing in all rights and privileges regarding access to any and all information made available to the committee, mayor and city administrator, and legal counsel. Tucker.
So this is something that I presented several months ago, and we decided as a city council to not necessarily, just because it may have been an encumbrance for scheduling purposes, that kind of thing, to actually just have a regular meeting prior to our typical city council meeting, and this would have occurred at 6 o'clock. However, that just didn't bear fruit. We've had problems with that, and so I'm returning to this again, and would be more than willing to be a participant on this board. So I will volunteer for that. I just think it'll generate a little bit more in terms of relieving perhaps some of the workload that the city staff has had to encumber itself with. Also assist Adrian in terms of maybe having just, another eye on this and having comments and opinions. And so there's a lot of positive things I think that will generate out of having a second member on the board. It'll certainly, I think, instill confidence across not only the panel here, but in the outside world. So I think this might be something that we may want to revisit at this point.
Okay, thank you for that and appreciate you. And I would ask the council to consider adding Councilmember Tucker to the water committee. Can anyone make a motion for that?
I make the motion to accept Councilmember Tucker to the committee.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Come on.
Aye.
Aye, and well, thank you so much. The motion has passed. Okay, then the only item here is like the 6.9, which is update on water-related items or water-related issues. We can't just cannot have more water-related issues. 6.7. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. 6.7, discuss and act on having a standing city council member besides mayoral designated appointee be included in all actions and receive all correspondence, emails, formal scripts, writing, surveys, and participate in all live internet interactions to include meetings via Zoom, phone, computer, video in regards to developers wishing to do business with McLendon-Chisholm. Also said council member would be included and apprised of any and all actions to include contractual negotiations, discussions, both preliminary and final agreements, and that final contracts agreements between said parties will be reviewed by council prior to any approval. This is from Councilmember Tucker. Would you like to dispel this one?
Yeah, this is similar. We have a number of representatives for various committees. I'm on County Roads Commission, and then Brian is on OEM, Office of Emergency Management, and I've just been assigned to water, obviously. And so this is an area of concern because we have so many developers coming in, and this refers directly back to water discussion just a moment ago, is that it's always nice to have a second a member up there from City Council attending meetings, getting emails, being very much in the know when it comes to new developments, because very often when we get a new developer come in, we're being inundated with a lot of information, and to have somebody outstanding that we may go to and question specifically would be a great asset. And with this, and this isn't my own notion, it was actually generated by Paul, Councilmember Day, that perhaps we may also consider, so we have to amend this, is consider assigning, if somebody would want to rise to the occasion, somebody off the P&Z. I think that would be a great asset.
So just a fair warning on this, I don't feel comfortable having, my fear is, my concern is that there are certain developers that are out there that don't exactly, they will come and they would say like, well, you promised me you would vote for such and such, you know, in favor. I'm not saying that, you know, you specifically, I'm just letting you know that that could be an issue that could be brought up. So it would be a value to make sure to have like another person there, not just like one designated person, all that. So that could be a concern that could come up, is that they could come back, well, I have all these votes that was supposed to be in favor of this particular development. It has happened in the past where, you know, the developer has accused council saying like, well, I met with all of them and I know that I had support from so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, and so the thing should have passed. So, I mean, just to make sure that you're aware that those things have happened, it's always prudent to have like another person, and obviously our attorneys should be present at times. P&Z, you know, I could see that would be a good thing, having someone from P&Z to be available, but that's my only concern, that could be brought up from a developer accusing that they had the support from the council. So just so that you're aware that that is a concern. But other than that, is any other issues or concerns? Paula, do you want to contribute anything? I know you do.
Well, I mean, developers so bad for me to say it, but council knows my one day on that, so I was talking a lot. So, I mean, do I say what they think?
No.
So, I always think it's better for staff to use the developers to exactly what you said. I don't know. So they put things in when things succeed, things not succeed. They put things in when things, well, wait, you said we can vote on this, because that's why I say, when you call out a council member in the middle of a meeting, from that podium, and then you're on the spot, you're like, I just like that, but that's not really the context of the minute, it's going to change that. So a lot of times it's up, and I'm saying, I think every developer is like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
We are really kind of. So I just don't like that, but if you want to be there and if you want to do it, I'm not going to tell you no. There's nothing illegal about it. Some attorneys will say you can't do that. I get where it goes, you know, trying to protect the council. I get it. But I'm going to be strict. It's not illegal. There's nothing inappropriate. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing in any way, shape, or form inappropriate. If that's what the council wants to do, just make sure to be careful when you do.
Absolutely. I never considered that aspect of it, but that being said, I'll keep the agenda item open, and then we'll just vote on it.
I agree that it's a great thing. I agree that maybe if there's a council member on there, maybe they're not necessarily given the promises, but when you read the item 6.7, all it is just, you know, Councilmember Tucker from Councilmember Day, they're just wanting to be, informed. Goes back to transparency, and it looks like they've covered every sort of communication. And that way there are no surprises. Doesn't mean that the council member has to promise a thing, maybe not even have to speak. Yeah. I think he would I think they would have to be at the meetings still, because that's in there, but they're privy to all the correspondence, the emails, everything. And so that way it is a little overwatch in a way that now that council member, whoever it deems to be, you know, brings that all back to council.
All right.
Okay, any other questions or concerns that you can ask the attorney? If not, go ahead and make a motion for 6.7.
I'll make a motion to approve having a standing city council member besides the mayoral designated appointee be included in all actions receiving all correspondence, etc., regarding developers wishing to do business with McLendon-Chisholm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No. Motion passes. Real quick, 6.9, update on all water-related issues is related to what we ended up having discussion about having additional items that's going to be on the next city council agenda related to resolutions and also upcoming discussions about the MOU with Blackland. We're going to address some items that is expected for discussion at the next city council meeting. So looking forward to that. And I'm going to go ahead and go with quick reports from anybody from, oh, we need to talk about the report for, that we got a letter from the emergency management. They were asking to make sure that we have someone in attendance at the meeting. Can you read, did you remember that? The email that came through from Christy, she's from City of Rockwall. Okay, so we need a person to make sure that we're there attending the meeting. Is there any other reports that you want to give, Mr. McNeil? Okay, and Floyd? Okay, and Dave?
No report or anything like this, but I do want to kind of, that's what I want to talk about actually. What do we need to do to get the audio situation resolved? It's becoming an issue, to say the least.
Staff-wise, we're more than willing to have your recommendations of audio companies. We've had 4 in the short time that I've been here come in and try to rectify this. I think what's happened, and with the microphones per se, is that these are bottom of the line, not repairable. They don't sell them anymore. So we did the lowest bid or whatever we did to get them, and there's problems. So we've had people, they're better than they used to be, but anybody with great advice on companies to come look at our audio video stuff, more than welcome. We will seek it out if that's something the council wants us to bring in somebody again, but we've done that and we will continue. So we'll take that advice and get somebody else in here.
Great. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting adjourned at 11:25.